Yeah, I've just got your fax. I'm just about to send you an email. Yeah, everything's been arranged. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, okay. Hold on please. Hello? Yeah? रतन भैया, बापू का फैक्स।
अच्छा। जय हो।
जय हो।
थैंक यू।
ऑल द बेस्ट। तबीयत संभालना।
अरे सब ठीक है।
ओह गॉड।
दिद्दा, जल्दी आओ, जल्दी आओ। सब सामान रखा, चलो जल्दी करो। ओले बापले, ओले बापले। दुर्गा, दुर्गा।
हाँ जी। जय हो दादू।
ओले ले 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 ले। जय हो
दादू।
मेरा स्वरमंडल, स्वरमंडल दुर्गा के पास है क्या?
रिश, कम इन से बाय टू दादू।
चल चल गाड़ी जल्दी शुरू कर, देर हो गई भाई। जय हो।
जय हो।
तुम्हारी दादी कहाँ है? दादी कहाँ है? जय हो।
बाय।
The music of time has its own beat and rhythm, subtle yet resonating, fading in and out of everyday life, shaping and embracing through the sheer act of living every mortal human life, including those we regard as living legends. To trace Pandit Jasraj's roots, one might take a ride to Pili Mandori, a remote village in the Haryana state of North India. From here, the compelling notes of life's music had long ago beckoned his father, the renowned musician of the Mewati Gharana, Pandit Moti Ram, far down south to flourish under aristocratic patronage in the state of Hyderabad.
अरे भैया फूल दो।
ये लो साहब।
तैयार रखे हो? कमाल है, रोज आते हैं। मोहन भैया, आपको तो मालूम है कि हम लोग यहाँ रहा करते थे, यहीं मेरे पिताजी का देहांत हुआ।
When Jasraj was barely 3.5 years old, his father left him the swaras, just the 7 notes of music as legacy, and departed for his heavenly abode. The sudden death of the breadwinner brought down the living standards of the family, landing it into this dilapidated house which still stands witness to those first harsh notes of poverty along the musical journey of life. Pandit Maniram sent him to Vivekvardhini for basic schooling. Then, Jasraj preferred the lure of the outdoors to the 4 walls of any classroom, and it was music that held sway over studies of the prosaic kind. With misty eyes, Panditji recalls his first romance with music. Yes, 5-year-old Jasraj, forgetting school and the world at large, would sit there on the steps for hours, mesmerized by the magic of music.
दिन भर मेरी वहाँ चले जाता था, शाम को घर लौट के आता था। ये गाना था अख्तरी बाई फैजाबाद, जो बाद में हिंदुस्तान में बेगम अख्तर के नाम से मशहूर हुई।
Soon, his path moved further away towards the full-time school of life.
हिंदुस्तान से शुरू होकर यहाँ तक ले आई।
His immediate elder brother, Pandit Pratap Narayan, taught him to play the tabla. And learning fast, Jasraj began to accompany his brothers in concerts. And on certain occasions, he would even be invited to play solo on the Indian percussion.
वाह 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 क्या बात। चाचा जी एक बात बताइए पंडित जी।
कहो।
कि इतना अच्छा आप तबला बजा रहे हो और कितने साल हो गए छोड़े हुए, फिर भी बज रहा है तबला, क्या रियाज क्या होगा?
रियाज सच में बाबा, ये तो सही बात है, रियाज बहुत किया।
Time changed its beat, and Hyderabad got engulfed in communal conflict. The situation worsened, until one day Babu Nawab Sahib, the son of Malke Yar Jang Bahadur, had to advise the Pandit family to leave Hyderabad for good.
मणिराम जी, हमें अफसोस के साथ आपसे ये कहना पड़ रहा है कि
With loads of memories and a heavy heart,
छोड़कर चले जाएं।
the family uprooted itself and moved on via Bombay to the walled city of Ahmedabad. And there began the next phase of Pandit Jasraj's musical journey.
जय हो।
The royal state of Sanand embraced a 14-year-old Jasraj as its state musician, along with his elder brother and guru, Pandit Maniram.
ओह गॉड, ऐसी सीढ़ियाँ।
चढ़ती चलो बेटा, जिंदगी की सीढ़ियाँ मंजिल तक पहुंच जाओगे।
It was in Sanand that he came face to face with the first miraculous incident of his eventful
मेरे
life.
स्पिरिचुअल गुरु, जिनकी वजह से अपने यहाँ आज भी गाना गाया जाता है। इनसे क्या क्या नहीं मिला, बड़े भाई साहब की आवाज, माताजी का वरदान।
While at Ahmedabad, Pandit Maniram suddenly lost his singing voice.
जब मैं पहली बार यहाँ आया, तो तुम्हारी
A traumatic experience for a musician whose life and livelihood depended solely on it. When everything known to medical science proved futile, a friend advised them to approach Maharaj Jaivan Singh Ji Waghela of Sanand.
आप इसको मेवाती घराने की कुलदेवी कहें तो भी कोई अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी, क्योंकि यही है जिसने मेवाती घराने को बचाया।
माताजी ने आवाज दी।
His Highness was gracious enough to invite the brothers, Maniram and Jasraj, inside the sanctum sanctorum of the temple of his deity, the Divine Mother, where, despite the inability, he asked Pandit Maniram to try and sing for the goddess, while he himself prayed earnestly and pleaded with the Divine Mother to bless the distressed singer with a revival of his lost voice. Accompanying his brother on the tabla, young Jasraj witnessed the incredible. As Pandit Maniram sang, his voice began to come back and ring true, and very soon he attained the crystal clarity he had lost. The significance of this incident sank deep, and young Jasraj felt the first ripples of spirituality in his musical consciousness.
पंडित जी की गायकी में, उनकी साधना में, उनके बड़े भाई साहब और गुरुजी पंडित मणिराम जी और सानंद के बापू साहब और मेरे गुरु स्वामी श्री वल्लभदास जी की बड़ी कृपा रही, उनके आशीर्वाद रहे। मुझे कुछ स्मरण याद है। आबू में जब हम साथ में रहते थे, माउंट आबू में, तब बचपन में हम गेंद खेला करते थे, और वो भी चांदनी रात में। इसी तरह से बचपन बीता, साथ में गाए बजाए, रात रात भर की महफिलें होती रही।
Life at Sanand enriched him in many wonderful ways. Maharaj Jaivan Singh Ji himself was a gifted and scholarly musician of the Mewati Gharana. Many an inspired bandish flowed from his pen, which were set to music by Mahamahopadhyay Pandit Maniram. Sanand lost its statehood with one historic stroke of the political pen. And the family of the state musicians, Pandit Maniram and Pandit Jasraj, with the blessings of their beloved patron, moved far on to the east, as if following the strains of their own musical composition for Mother Kalika, the resident deity of the bustling city of Calcutta. This is the place where he stayed and practiced in Calcutta, the city that tested the mettle and perseverance of artists, showering love and applause to the eventual survivor.
हमको रहने के पहले पंडित जी घंटों रियाज करते थे।
मेरी सालगिरह थी तो मैंने उनसे कहा कि तुम मुझे एक प्रेजेंट दो कि कल से तुम बिना रियाज किए घर से नहीं निकलोगे, क्योंकि उस वक्त उनके मन में ये था कि मैं बहुत बड़े संगीतज्ञ घराने का हूँ, मुझको रियाज करने की जरूरत नहीं। लेकिन जब मैंने ये कहा तो उन्होंने वो बर्थडे की गिफ्ट जो मुझे दी वो आज तक दी, क्योंकि दूसरे ही दिन सुबह से ही उन्होंने रियाज करना शुरू किया।
मैं महीनों जा करके कभी रोड कलकत्ता में रहता था और एक भाइयों जैसा संबंध हम लोगों का तभी से बन गया। और जो बात मैंने खास उस वक्त देखी, पंडित जसराज जी का और बड़े भाई साहब पंडित मणिराम जी का जो संबंध, वो बड़े भाई भी थे, उनके गुरु भी थे और पिता समान भी थे।
Far removed from royal patronage, yet textured richly with the emotional energy of the common folk and well-wishers, the city of goddess Kali inspired Pandit Jasraj to live a life of passionate struggle during those crucial formative years as a vocalist.
एक तरह से यूं समझिए कि फक्कड़ की तरह रहते थे, कभी जसराज जी मेरे पास, कभी मैं उनके पास। दिन भर हम लोग घूमते थे, क्योंकि उनका घर गाने का है। तबले वालों से सबसे बड़ी दोस्ती थी और खुद जसराज जी तबले में उस्ताद हैं, तो बैठ के एक एक गाने को तबले पर साधना, सुर को देखना, सुर को कैसे भरना चाहिए।
This was an investment in time, as he was destined to revel in unprecedented mass adulation as a performing artist in the years to follow. Unwavering in the face of big city distractions, Jasraj never compromised with his music, which he pursued with a hermit-like sincerity and dedication.
घंटों वो गाना सिखाते थे, कभी-कभी बड़े नाराज होते थे। कुछ दिनों तक समझ में नहीं आया कि वो क्यों नाराज हो रहे हैं, बिना गलती के नाराजगी। तब पता चला उनको भूख लगी है। पूछती थी, आपने खाना खाया? पता चलता था 2 दिन तक खाना नहीं खाया है। तब मैं कहती थी, प्लीज आप खाना खा लीजिए।
Jasraj had nothing to eat for days, yet that did not affect his long hours of arduous riyaz of music. His breath of life, his real sustenance. And soon, even before she could proudly witness her son's first big break as a vocalist on the national program of All India Radio, Jasraj's mother passed away, leaving him immersed yet again in grief and dejection. With the march of time came marriage and fatherhood as happy synchronous events, bringing in a measure of worldly order and family bliss to his fluid and demanding lifestyle. Instead of being a distraction, his talented wife complemented his first love, his music, in a manner that inspired him to strive even harder and recognize the importance of achievements. Horizons expanded, and destiny with its own hands began to open up the avenues of fame and fortune. While national and international accolades, honors, titles and trophies were being showered upon him, he was busy scaling the heights of spirituality by exploring the depths of his music. Riding the waves of success and adulation, he, the true artist, never ceased to evolve as a creative explorer and innovator. A privileged audience saw him bring down unexpected rain while singing the monsoon rag Dhulya Malhar. On another occasion, in the city of Varanasi, his rendition of Ragini Todi inspired a deer to come bounding inside the ring of a bewildered human audience. But then, miracles have had a lifelong tryst with Pandit Jasraj. A deep inquiry into his own man-woman relationship and duality, leading up to that ideal sense of completeness in the male-female principles of nature, inspired him to present an exciting new dimension to the musical Jugalbandi, which was spontaneously christened Jasrangi by an enthralled live audience.
तो मन में एक जिज्ञासा उत्पन्न होती है कि ये जुगलबंदी इनकम्प्लीट क्यों है, जबकि प्रकृति पुरुष, जल वायु, धरती आकाश, राधा कृष्ण, शिव शक्ति, ये मिलकर द्वय मिलकर एक बनता है और पूर्णता को प्राप्त करता है। तो ये जुगलबंदी पूर्णता को प्राप्त क्यों नहीं करती? तो जवाब अंदर से आया। हमारे ऋषि मुनियों ने, जिन्होंने ये भारतीय संगीत की स्थापना की है, उन्होंने पहले से इसका प्रावधान रखा है और उसका नाम है मूर्छना भेद। उसी मूर्छना भेद के आधार पर ये जुगलबंदी बनी है, जिससे पुरुष अपने साजो सामान के साथ होता है, स्त्री अपने साज सामान के साथ होती है। हर चीज हर आदमी का अलग होता है, इसके बावजूद भी ये जुगलबंदी है। और उनका अलग राग, इनका अलग राग, ये सब मिलकर पूर्णता को सच में प्राप्त होते हैं। जब ये जुगलबंदी पूना में पहली बार प्रस्तुत की गई तो पूना के, जिसे हम कह सकते हैं कि सांस्कृतिक नगरी है, कल्चरल सिटी है, उसे हम आराम से कह सकते हैं कि उन्होंने सब पब्लिक ने खड़े होकर एक मुख होकर कहा कि पंडित जी, यह साधारण जुगलबंदी नहीं है, ये तो जसरंगी जुगलबंदी है।
The annual music festival in Hyderabad, in memory of his musical ancestry, is a function he presides over with an unfailing pilgrim-like devotion. Just as the treasures of his own hard-earned realizations and sublime intuitions get showered generously upon his students and disciples from far and wide. In this era of speed and impatience, his personality as a teacher and guru has reflected the ancient tradition of India. It has been a delicate balance between strict discipline and affectionate care. Knowledge has flown free like sunshine from the Sangeet Martand. As a revered guru and a high priest of Indian classical music, Panditji's presence in person, name and spirit has enriched universities and institutions of music in far-flung places like Prague, Vancouver, Toronto, Oklahoma, Harvard, Tampa, New Jersey and New York.
इस संस्था की स्थापना 1979 में भक्तों के आग्रह से मैंने की थी। इसमें संगीत, नृत्य, इन सब क्लासिकल जितनी भी सांस्कृतिक चीज़ें हैं उनको हम लोगों ने महत्व दिया है। मैंने देखा कि ये सारे कार्यक्रम का श्रेय जो मुझे दिया जा रहा है मेरा नहीं, ये पंडित जसराज जी का होना चाहिए। तो इस भावना से भाव विभोर अवस्था में मेरे मुख से ये स्टेज पर ये बात निकली कि आज से ये स्टेज पंडित जसराज ऑडिटोरियम के नाम से ही पहचाना जाएगा।
I proudly announce the grand finale of 2 days most memorable music festival held to celebrate the inauguration of Pandit Jasraj Auditorium in New York.
पंडित जी ने इस गायन कला को हमारे भारत में नहीं बल्कि सारे संसार में इस तरीके से उसको महत्वपूर्ण स्थान दिलवाया है कि आज सारे संसार में जहाँ भी हम सुनते हैं पंडित जसराज जी का गाना सुनते हैं। शागिर्दों को तैयार किया है, बहुत प्यार से उनको सिखाया है और पूरी दुनिया में शागिर्द इस वक्त है जो उनके घराने का मैसेज आगे ले जाएंगे।
Deeply felt insights and inspired research into the philosophy of music and its universality have run parallel to Panditji's trailblazing path of a much celebrated performing artist.
ये संस्था सितंबर 1995 में चालू हुई है। आज इसके क्लासेस वेन न्यू जर्सी, एडिसन न्यू जर्सी, पिट्सबर्ग पेंसिल्वेनिया तथा बाल्टीमोर मिडलैंड में चलती हैं।
गुरु जी के नाम से हमारी गुरुदक्षिणा स्वरूप ये मैंने शुरू कर दी।
तो 1990 में हमने एक एक्सपेरिमेंटल तौर पर शुरुआत की। 91 में गुरुजी जब साल भर के बाद आए तो उन्होंने स्टूडेंट्स का प्रोग्रेस देख के उनको भी ऐसा लगा कि जरूर हम कुछ कर सकते हैं।
This eventful globe-trotting lifestyle, however, instead of being a hindrance, has seen him mature in various dimensions, the worldly and the spiritual.
Sanand, these are our board of directors of Pandit Jasraj School of Music, Vancouver.
ये हमारे बहुत सौभाग्य की बात है कि आज पंडित जसराज स्कूल ऑफ म्यूजिक फाउंडेशन में करीब 50-55 स्टूडेंट्स हैं।
भारतीय शास्त्रीय संगीत के मूर्धन्य गायक पंडित जसराज जी एक ऐसे संगीतकार हैं जो कि स्वर लय और शास्त्रीय गायक तो हैं, उसके साथ ही ये बहुत ही भावात्मक संगीतज्ञ हैं और जिसे भारत में ही नहीं बल्कि विश्व में लोग पसंद करते हैं।
Enamored by the medieval kirtan of the Pushti Marg, Pandit Ji went on to infuse new life into Haveli Sangeet with his creative genius.
आज ख्याल सुनने वाले, ख्याल गाने वालों में पुष्टि मार्गी संगीत प्रणाली को जिस तरह से फिर से प्रस्तुत किया है पंडित जी ने, ये पंडित जी का एक विलक्षण उपदान है।
Pandit Jasraj has done a remarkable job of taking India's classical heritage to different parts of the world. For example, it was in Prague that Panditji made a visit sometime in 1980, which introduced Indian classical music a little bit back to our friends in Czechoslovakia. And the next year he was formally invited to participate in the Prague Spring Festival.
पता है जतिन भाई, पूरे साल बापूजी छुट्टे पैसे जमा करते थे ताकि दिवाली की रात खूब सारे पटाखे खरीद सके।
वो पैसे हम रात में गिनते भी थे,
और वो भी ऐसे छुप छुप कर। पता है ललित भाई, उन पैसों से हम इतने पटाखे लाते थे कि वो भी आप पूछते रह जाओगे।
और वो पटाखे हम लोग फोड़ देते थे।
देखा बुलबुल बाबा, आज भी कितनी मस्ती करते हैं और ऐसी मस्ती अपने नाती पोतों को भी सिखाते हैं।
बिल्कुल सही है
प्रताप भैया, मैं देखिए ईश्वरी को गाना भी सिखाता हूँ। ये काम मस्ती कहा करते हैं? इतनी मस्ती किए बिना मजा कहाँ से आएगा?
बापूजी,
देवेंद्र, ये ले लो। जय हो।
From the state of being immersed in his music, Pandit Jasraj does surface as often as he can to enjoy the simple joys of everyday life, to celebrate that warm sense of belonging with his near and dear ones, a talented immediate family, and the distant shores of his human interest peopled with friends and admirers, vie with one another to bind him in an embrace. Yet, soaring on the wings of his music, he escapes all efforts of definition and ownership, smiling lovingly upon the enchanted audience.
Mewati Gharana Gayaki has some religious attributes. In fact, a lot of the compositions are taken from Vedas and Shlokas and Padas and Updesha, and very much importance is paid to words of the compositions. Emphasis on swara is very prominent, and there is a special feeling towards bringing out the actual mood of a raga in this gharana.
Basking in a warm sense of belonging, he imbibed the stylistic essence of his gharana through relentless sadhana.
उस्ताद घगे नज़ीर खान साहब से यह शुरू होता है। उनसे मेरे दादाजी ने, पंडित नथुलाल जी और पंडित चिमनलाल जी ने सीखा, और उन्होंने अपने भांजे पंडित मोतीराम जी को गाना सिखाया। मेरे पिताजी पंडित मोतीराम जी ने अपने भाई पंडित ज्योतिराम जी, अपने बेटे पंडित मणिराम जी और पंडित प्रताप नारायण जी को गाना सिखाया। मेरे गुरु हुए गाने के पंडित मणिराम जी, तबले के गुरु हुए पंडित प्रताप नारायण जी। हर घराने की अपनी अहमियत है। कोई लय को देख के चलते हैं, कोई स्वर को देख के चलते हैं, कोई विलंबित को लेके चलते हैं, कोई मध्य लय में चलते हैं। हर कलाकार ये मानता है कि स्वर माता और लय पिता है। हम भी इस बात को मानते हैं, स्वर माता लय पिता। अब हमारे यहाँ घराने में क्या अहमियत इस वक्त है, यह है कि हम एक राग के चारों एस्पेक्ट जानते हैं, जिसे कहते हैं अस्थाई, अंतरा, अभोग, संचारी। ये जो चारों एस्पेक्ट्स एक राग को इतना बड़ा बना देते हैं। मैं आपको कुछ उदाहरण देता हूँ। मेरे पिताजी की बंदिश है, राग है नट नारायण, और उस नट नारायण से क्या होता है, जो आदमी अपना दिमागी संतुलन खो बैठता है, उसको कंट्रोल करने में बड़ा सहायक राग है। और भगवान की कृपा से हमारे घर में गाया जाता है। इसकी एक बंदिश जो मेरे पिताजी ने लिखी है।
His music has not only caressed the soul, but has also healed the mind and body on many an occasion.
मैं जसराज से प्यार बचपन से ही करता आया हूँ और आज मैं ये कहता हूँ कि भगवान जसराज जैसा गाता है वैसे मेरे को शायद ही कोई कम मिले हैं। आज तक तो कोई मिले नहीं, लेकिन मुझे उसका गर्व है कि मेरा भाई जसराज जो है समझे ना, वो एक है समझे ना, जो कि संगीत का एक रत्न है। और मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि भगवान उसको ऐसे ही 4 से चौगुना करता रहे।
I knew Pandit Jasraj for many years when he was in Calcutta. Then when I came to Toronto, I found that he has also been coming to Western world, and I had a great desire for him to come here and give a concert. We will contact the University of Toronto. We created an endowment fund in the name of Pandit Jasraj ji to create scholarships.
How do we raise the funds? And one of the things we thought was, let's have a concert where Pandit Jasraj ji could come over and perform. So the inception of the funds, 3 scholarships have been given every year, and each scholarship virtually has gone to a Canadian bond.
We are going to provide for further growth for the fund. We have some benefits that we want to accrue to the future students who want to learn Indian music.
This endowment fund, I would like to see...
Through his music alone, he has been a true cultural ambassador for India to distant lands dotting the globe.
बहुत पहले सुना जाता था कि संस्कृत के पद गाए जाते थे। इधर बंद हो गया था संस्कृत के पदों का गान, और जिस तरह से पंडित जी ने उसे फिर से दोबारा गाना शुरू किया है, वो भी मैं समझता हूँ कि भारतीय संगीत के लिए एक बहुत ही लक्ष्य में लेने लायक बात है।
जय बाबू, बैलेंसिंग कर दिया है।
अच्छा,
साज वाज सब मिल गए।
ठीक है,
अगर मूड हो तो एक टेक ट्राई करें।
ठीक है बेटा।
जय बाबू।
जय हो, जय हो। शिव शंकर शिव शशि शेखर 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 शशि शेखर शशि शेखर पिनाक करु में डमरुधर हर 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 शिव शंकर विभुजिदानंद विभुतमंगम विभुजिदानंद विभुजिदानंद विभुतमंगम सत्यकृतानेक जनातिभंग सत्यकृतानेक जनातिभंगम सत्यकृतानेक जनातिभंग विभुजिदानंद मनोहरो तुंग चल तरंगा मनोहरो तुंग चल तरंगा गंगा मम गान्य अमलि करो तू गंगा मम गान्य अमलि करो तू
From the inner circle of his family and friends, Pandit Jasraj lives a varied and rewarding life.
I can only say that Guruji's music is universal.
সঙ্গীত জগতে চলার পথে সব বাধা বিপত্তি থেকে গুরুজি যেন আমাদের দুহাত দিয়ে আগলে রেখেছেন, জড়িয়ে আলিঙ্গন করে রেখেছেন।
मुझे इस युग में जन्म मिला जहाँ पूज्य पंडित जसराज जी मुझे गुरु के रूप में मिले।
ईश्वराला तर मी प्रत्यक्ष पाहिलं नाही, पण ज्यावेळी गुरुजी आम्हाला गाणं शिकवतात किंवा त्यांचं गाणं मी ऐकतो त्यावेळी
Beginning with one of these earliest compositions, the Pandit Jasraj legacy reverberates today with many a bandish of lyrical and musical brilliance.
पंडित जसराज जी, हमेशा उनका योगदान इतिहास में अमर रहेगा।
This great representation of India's heritage.
ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करती हूँ कि वो शतायु रहे और ऐसे ही संगीत सारी दुनिया को सुनाते रहे।
Textured richly with life's significant thoughts, issues and events, his utterances are both a historian's treasure and a journalist's delight. Yet, to the probing eye, he remains an enigma.
और चारों धाम मैंने पैदल चल के यात्रा की और मैं यहाँ जब आया तब तक मुझे कोई नहीं जानता था। यहाँ से लौटकर मेरा पहला प्रोग्राम हुआ और वो भी बम्बई में।
और उसके बाद पंडित जी आपकी दूसरी यात्रा?
दूसरी यात्रा तो मथुरा, दुर्गा, शारंग और उनकी माताजी, हम लोग पूरा का पूरा परिवार यहाँ आए थे और बहुत शांति से आराम से दर्शन करके गए। मगर हर यात्रा में हर बार एक नई अनुभूति होती थी। कि यूं तो मैं संगीत को भगवान ही मानता हूँ, भगवान के करीब मानता हूँ, भगवान मानता हूँ। यहाँ पे उत्सव में आया था, मैं गा रहा था, जब गा रहा था तो एक जगह सड़क पे आके रुक गया और मैं भूल गया कि मेरा सांस कहाँ से चल रहा है। जब याद आया तो चला कि यहाँ से सांस चल रहा है और मेरा सांस ऊपर जा रहा था, यूं जा रहा था। तीसरी बार ऊपर गया और मुझे ऐसा लगा, अरे ये तो समाधि।
There are moments when, like the receding echo of many of his standing ovations, the everyday world is lost in silence and oblivion. And in that glorious isolation, he is alone with his music and his maker. When that audience of one, the Supreme One, inspires him to even further ascendance and excellence, whispering to his soul what to sing next. And like the mist rising above the peaks of worldly achievements, his music soars yet again, as perhaps the purest form of offering man can ever make, to thank the Lord for this wonderful gift of life.
भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो 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 भगवते
Indian music is like a vast ocean with many different moods. Sometimes it's joyous, sometimes it's sad, Sometimes it's very powerful, vigorous, strong, yet peaceful. As a musician, I feel music is to be felt. You may not have a lot of knowledge, but then you feel it, see what it does to you. When you come to watch an Indian music concert, you come to see a beautiful thing being created. Sometimes you are a part of it, sometimes you're not. You enjoy the rapport, how well two musicians can come together, how beautifully they can connect. Age is no bar, experience is no bar. Instruments are different, but that's not a problem. Together, they create something beautiful called Indian music. Indian music comes from Samved. Vedic music, or Margi Sangeet, as it was known, was devotional. Most of the hymns and ruchas were chanted in this style. The lyrics were composed in Sanskrit and were addressed to the Almighty.
The first sound that a man uttered was Om, the Nada, which is the basis for all our music. The 7 notes exist just like in any other music in the world, plus the sharp notes and the flat notes exist. We have Shrutis, which are 22 in numbers. These together are very intelligently and scientifically used in what we know as parental or father scales, known as Thats or Melakratas. In North India, 10 Thats. In South India, 72 Melakratas. These are the parental scales on which ragas and raganis are classified.
What is a raga? Is it a composition? Is it a melody? Does it have any fixed form of its own, or it's just an improvisation?
Well, I don't think I'm really the most qualified person to answer that question, but fortunately recently I had friends from America. One went and interviewed the great sitar maestro Pandit Ravi Shankar about the same question. I can only tell you what he said.
I usually explain it by saying what a raga is not. For instance, a raga is not a composition, not just a melody or a song or a scale or a key, but it is all of this together. First of all, you see, you have to remember that we have got, according to the northern Hindustani system, 10 scales. And on these scales, these thousands and thousands of ragas are based. And each of these ragas, whether they are 5-note ragas or 6-note ragas or 7-note ragas or permutation combination of all these, they have their own ascending and descending structure. And with the usage of microtones, which we call shrutis, and all other embellishments, the raga really comes into life, but not really. Life is given by the guru. You know, unless you learn from the guru properly, a raga can never be alive.
But has a rag got a fixed form?
Well, raga has got some fixed do's and don'ts. It has to adhere to its main principles. But at the same time, what an artist does with the raga is completely, he's free to do whatever he wants, depending upon his mood and the audience. And each raga has got its own personality, what we call rasa, which means mood. So the artist can give his own interpretation also, which means we improvise all the time. Improvisation plays a very important part. And that's why no matter how many times an artist performs a raga, can never be exactly the same. It will be always a little different.
They say that ragas portray different moods and notes can be seen as different colors. Does it mean that you see forms or visuals when you play your music?
Very interesting question, because this is one of the very, very important features of our music, rather unique in the world, where each rag has got its specific mood. And those ragas are connected with the timings of the day, which is very, very important. Some are specially sung or played in the early morning to convey devotional mood, and prayerful mood. Then there are certain ragas which are played in the evening, in the night, which convey a romantic mood. And different emotions are there. For instance, I go on the stage, I know what raga I'm going to play, and I know the mood of that raga. Then naturally I can visualize certain things which are connected with that mood, which scene or the place I had seen sometimes back and which was registered in my mind. I recollect it. And that sort of inspires me, to create the mood of that raga. But still then I have got a very strong feeling. This is something which I call take-off point, the beginning of our journey. And our destination is something else. The audience reaction is so important that all quality or the standard of a performance depends on that, because this music is not written. What we play, it is all created there. And what we expect from the audience is that they should be at the same wavelength, same tuning. They should feel the same thing what the artist is feeling. So if these all things are combined together, then a situation is created, what I call the destination, where the rag, the musician, the instruments, and the audience, they all merge together, and the whole atmosphere doesn't remain a particular auditorium or a place, it becomes a rag. And I feel that's a situation where the listeners are experiencing the bliss, the same bliss which the artist is experiencing. They are not there to be entertained or come there to take it as an enjoyment or entertainment sort of thing. It's a bliss, and both of them, the listeners and the artist, become together and merge together, and that is the ultimate, I think.
So as I was telling you earlier, music was in those days never used as an entertainment art form. It was very closely connected to the temples. But I think later on, Hazrat Amir Khusro was the one who brought the music to the royal courts. Amir Khusro was a very great Sufi. He was a student of another Sufi, Hazrat Nizamuddin Aulia. He was also a member of the court of Emperor Alauddin Khilji, and that was somewhere around 13th century AD. Hindustani classical music owes a great deal to Hazrat Amir Khusro. His contribution to its growth is multifaceted. Even though his mother tongue was Persian, because of his Turkish descent, he acquired fluency in Sanskrit and Hindi languages at a very young age, and his knowledge of Persian music enabled him to combine it with Qawwali form and create a religious music we know as Sufiyana Kalam. He's also supposed to have studied Prabandh Gaiki under Gopal Nayak and then combined it with Qawwali singing to give us the first secular form of music known as Khayal. It was a natural composite flowering of Hindu and Muslim culture. There's a general belief that as early as 9th century there existed a kind of music which was closest to our present-day khayal. This is recorded in the works of great scholars like Matang, and in Sharangdev's Sangeet Ratnakar, they mention certain types of composition known as Sadharani Giti, which are closest to khayal as we know it today. According to Matang, Sadharani Giti was an eclectic style of composition which combined the charming features of all other styles. The predominant use of bhinna brought it closer to khayal,
And the Sadharani Giti singers used gamaka, which we know to be the most important feature of khayal. Khayal is a Persian word which means imagination. It's also derived from a Sanskrit word khela, which means a dramatic performance, or khelpada, which basically means a sportive, playful style. Khayal incorporates the classicism of Dhrupad, the romanticism of folk music, and the religious aspect of qawwali singing. It's what I would say it's a classic case of Desi music rising to the status of classical music. In a nutshell, qawwali, Dhrupad singing, Prabandh Sangeet and folk music have combined together to give us a very lyrical, melodious, spontaneous, beautiful, playful, rhythmic style known as khayal. After the death of Amir Khusro, khayal faded away and Dhrupad reigned supreme. But it did not die out completely, even though it was overshadowed by Dhrupad. Dhrupad is the most ancient form of classical music of India. Its importance is in the rigid discipline that is imposed in the rendition of a raga. It is a very heroic, aggressive and very expressive style, with a special emphasis on rhythm. Dhrupad was made popular by one of the greatest singers of our history, Mia Tansen. He was one of the 9 jewels of the court of Emperor Akbar. In fact, he studied under one of the greatest sages, Swami Haridas. And this here is the platform where Mia Tansen used to sit and sing for hours. And Emperor Akbar used to sit up there and listen to him. You see, even now you can hear the music of Tansen emanating, reverberating through these stones, paying homage to his glory. Khayal was kept alive by the efforts of Ustad Sadarang and Ustad Adarang. Even though they were Dhrupad singers, they still taught Khayal to a lot of their disciples and also composed a lot of Bada and Chota Khayals in the popular ragas of that time. Sultan Hussain Sharqi of Jaunpur is also credited with the revival of Khayal Gaiki. Apart from him and Ustad Sadarang and Adarang, Ustad Nathan Pir Baksh and Ustad Hassu and Haddu Khan Sahab also helped popularize and establish Khayal as an accepted form of music. Many scholars believe that the credit for the creation of khayal cannot be given to any one single person. They feel that it's been a continuous process of evolution. The rigid, precise framework of Margi Sangeet must have slowly fused with the gay abundance and freedom of Desi Sangeet, thus creating a confluence. And then with the passage of time, the merger of this classicism and romanticism created a distinct style, khayal, which was unique in its own right. In the later part of the century, Dhrupad conceded the place of honor to khayal, which became the major force and tradition. And also thanks to the royal patronage by the Maharajas and great considerable leeway available in improvising in khayal, great musicians were able to flourish and create their own individual style. Guru Shishya Parampara, the passing of knowledge from a teacher to a disciple and to his disciple and so on, was responsible for the passing of these individual styles by the great musicians to their students, which, when passed on from student to student to student, established a very distinct individual style. And there were many such styles which were basically known as schools, or the most common word in India is Gharanas.
Zakir ji, how many Gharanas are there?
Well, there is Jaipur Gharana, Agra Gharana, Patiala Gharana, Kirana Gharana. There are so many of them. And I think it will be better if I tell you about them one by one. Gwalior Gharana is considered to be the fountainhead from which other Gharanas originated. One of the prime examples of this is Ustad Ghagge Khudabakhsh of Agra, who came and studied under Ustad Haddu and Hassu Khan Sahab and took Khayal Gaiki to Agra. Gwalior Gharana Gaiki was very simple in its approach. The fusion of sur and laya was not as complex as it would be, let's say, in Jaipur or Patiala Gharanas. Lots of intricate patterns of swaras were missing, but it was very complementary to the architecture of Gwalior. In other words, majestically simple. Special emphasis was given to laya in Gwalior Gaiki, and the originality of bandish was fanatically maintained in this style. The constant touching of some gave the rendering a very dramatic and clear structural form. The use of mead was pronounced, and a vocalist was required to sing in pure akar. Some of the most famous exponents of Gwalior Gharanas are the founder Ustad Haddu Hasu Khan Sahab, of course, in present time, the great Kumar Gandharv. Amer Fort, the fort near which the pink city of Jaipur was built. It's also the home of the famous Gaiki Ang, Jaipur Gharana. This style has become one of the most popular form of Gaiki in modern times. The performers of this particular style are found in all parts of India, from Jaipur all the way south in Karnataka. You can hear this particular style by such stalwarts as Nivriti Bua Sarnayak, Kishori Amonkar, and the great Pandit Mallikarjun Mansoor. Jaipur Gharana Gaiki was popularized by the great exponent Ustad Allah Diya Khan Sahab. He was then followed by Bhurji Khan Sahab and Manji Khan Sahab. In the middle of this century, two of the most famous female vocalists followed this style, Kesarbai Kerkar and Mogubai Kurdikar. Jaipur Gharana's Gaiki approach to Khayal Gaiki is very different than other Gharanas. The use of alap is very limited, and they use ragas which are not commonly sung in other Gharanas. Sur and Laya are very beautifully combined in this Gharana. The Bol Ang, the Bat Ang, and to be able to come back to some from the bandish is very beautifully achieved in this Gharana. Kirana Gharanas roots can be traced as far back as Ustad Bande Ali Khan Sahab. Originally, this Gharana was known as the family of Beankars, but in recent times, Ustad Abdul Karim Khan Sahab brought to it the recognition of vocal Gharana. Kirana Gharana features all aspects of Gaiki Ang. Great importance is paid to Swara and Alap. But at the same time, the mood of the raga is very carefully maintained. And of course, one of the most attractive features of this Gharana is the use of popular ragas, which creates mass appeal for this Gharana. Some of the most famous exponents of Kirana Gharana are Ustad Abdul Wahid Khan Sahab, Ustad Abdul Karim Khan Sahab, Sawai Gandharv Ji, Hirabai Barodekar, Gangubai Hangal, and in present time, of course, the ever popular Pandit Bhimsen Joshi.
सभी अमर के तरह सब मोहम्मद सभी अमर के तरह सब सदा रंग घर का जोर मौन मोदर बाजोर मोदर बाजोर बाजोर मोदर मोहम्मद सभी अमर के तरह सब सदा रंग घर का जोर मौदम बजूर मौदम
Patiala Gharana Gayaki, as the name suggests, it was set up in Patiala. More correctly, it was set up in the darbar of the Maharaja of Patiala by two very famous singers of that time, Ustad Aliya Fattu Khan Sahab. Their real names were Fateh Ali Baksh and Ustad Ali Baksh Khan Sahab. Patiala Gharana Gayaki, just like Agra Gharana, had very close contacts with the Drupad Ang style. So therefore you find a lot of features of Drupad Ang in Patiala Gharana Gayaki, like use of complicated tals, special attention paid to the dexterity in the performance, and very, very beautiful and fluent use of Sargam Gayaki. Many distinguished singers followed Ustad Aliya and Ustad Fattu Khan Sahab in the carrying on of the tradition of Patiala Gharana, such as Ustad Ashik Ali Khan Sahab, Ustad Umaid Ali Khan Sahab, and the legendary larger-than-life figure of Ustad Bade Ghulam Ali Khan Sahab. In modern times, we have singers like Nirmala Devi, Bade Ghulam Ali Khan Sahab's own son, Ustad Munawwar Ali Khan Sahab. But there is something special about Bade Ghulam Ali Khan Sahab. His Gayaki transcended the requirements of the Gharana that he is imbibed in. It is very difficult to explain, but I think you would understand what I mean when you hear him sing. Agra, the historical city which has given to the world two of the most artistically beautiful expressions. One, of course, is the Taj, and the other one is the Khayal Gaiki of Agra Gharana. Agra Gharana is probably one of the oldest and most beautiful Khayal Gaiki Ang. It still maintains the Dhrupad style of improvising in a performance. A very strict discipline is maintained in the rendition of a raga, and a lot of attention is paid to the aesthetics in this gharana. Alapchari is the most redeeming feature of the Agra Gharana Gaiki. And when they move on to the faster tempo compositions, Shringara Ras is very prominent. The special movements of Khatka, Mazamiri, very complicated Layakari, and so on. Very beautiful features of Agra Gharana. Lively, moving style, Gaiki. The Khayal Gaiki was brought to Agra from Gwalior by Ustad Ghagge Khuda Bakhsh Khan Sahab, and since then it has been performed by some of the greatest musicians of this century, like Ustad Vilayat Hussain Sahab, Ustad Khadim Hussain Khan Sahab, Aftab-e Mausiki Ustad Fayyaz Khan Sahab, Sharafat Hussain Khan Sahab, Latafat Hussain Khan Sahab, Dinkar Kaikini, K.G. Ginde. The list of great performers of this particular Gaiki is endless.
गगन आयो रे उमड़ घन गगन आयो रे गरजे बादल बिजली चमकत गरजे बादल बिजली चमकत बरसत आदर झुम 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 किया डर आवे उमड़ घन गगन आयो रे 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 उमड़ घन गगन आयो मैं तुम अकेले बिरहन बैकल मैं तुम अकेले बिरहन बैक बिरम रहे पिया बन रेस सहिन जात अब ये निधा सहिन जात अब ये निधा घन आंगन भावे उमड़ घन गगन आयो रे 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 गरजे बादल बिजली चमकत बरसत आदर झुम झुम किया डर पावे उमड़ घन गगन आयो रे गगन आयो रे गगन आयो रे
Mewati Gharana is considered to be the offshoot of both Gwalior and Jaipur styles. Although relatively young, this Gharana has achieved great popularity and acceptance as one of the major Khayal Gaiki Gharanas.
Mewati Gharana Gaiki has some religious attributes. In fact, a lot of the compositions are taken from Vedas and Shlokas and Padas and Updesha, and very much importance is paid to words of the compositions. Emphasis on swara is very prominent, and there is a special feeling towards bringing out the actual mood of a raga in this Gharana.
The influence of such great geniuses as Ustad Haddu Hassu Khan Sahab, Ustad Ghagge Nazir Bakhsh and Ustad Bade Ali Khan Sahab is very prominent in Mewati Gharana. This style was then carried on in the present day time by such great singers as Pandit Jyotiram, Motiram, Maniram, and of course one of the most eloquent singers of our present times, Pandit Jasraj.
चरण के लागे लगाऊं गुरु चरणन के मोहे लागे लगाऊं गुरु सनि मगर रे सा रे गा ma ba da ba ma ga ma da ba ma ga re sa la ge laga guru charana ke charana bina mohe kachu nahi bhaave charana bina मोहे कछु नहीं भावे कछु नहीं भावे कछु नहीं भावे चरण बिना मोहे कछु भावे झूठे मारा सब सपन लाके मोहे लागे लगा गुरु चरणन के मोहे लागे लगा गुरु भवसागर सब सूख गया साने दाने दब मगा मगर भवसागर सब सूख गया फिकर सागर सब सूख गया फिकर नहीं मोहे तरन लाके मेरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर मेरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर उलट भये मोरे नैन लाके मोरे लागे लगा गुरु पमा धमा मगरे जाने रे गा दाने दाने धमा मगरे जा लागे लगा गुरु जय लागे लगा गुरु लागे लगा गुरु
Ustad Nisar Hussain Khan Sahab is another example of a great master transcending the needs of a gharana. In this case, it is the Sahaswan Gharana
which was supposed to be the continuation of the old Rampur Gharana. Some people say that it was in fact Sahaswan Gharana, which was the old Gharana, and Rampur was the continuation. But that is the point which we won't debate on. Ustad Nisar Hussain Khan Sahab epitomizes the specialities of Sahaswan Gharana. Beautiful use of boltan, bolbant, behlav, and some of the finest rendition of Tarana Gaiki are very prominent in this Gharana. And some of the most famous ustads of this Gharana are Ustad Inayat Hussain Khan Sahab, of course Nisar Hussain Khan Sahab, Ustad Hafiz Ahmad Khan Sahab, and Ustad Ghulam Mustafa Khan Sahab. Individual creativity, as Ravi Shankar ji pointed out to us, is one of the most important aspects of Khayal Gaiki, and this is best expressed in the Gaiki of Ustad Amir Khan Sahab. He created his own individual style and put a stamp on Khayal Gaiki, which to this day is followed by some of the most talented singers of our time.
If Swara is the mother of Indian music, Tala is definitely the father. Tala is the Indian word for rhythm. There are more than 365 different talas. The concept of tala emerged from Samveda. It is said that in the olden days, the hymns were chanted to very simple rhythmic cycles. And then in 13th century, the great musician writer Sharangdeva evolved an elaborate system of talas which had beats ranging from 4 to 108. Tal is many things. It is at one time a complex organization of differing beats in multiple groupings, which are known as teka. Well, there are slow, which is vilambit tekas, and drut, which is fast tekas. Tal also holds the melodic body of the movement together and also gives shape to a raga. Tal has the sum, which is the beginning and the end of a rhythm cycle. Tal, in other words, is like the body of a raga.
Research on different Gharanas going on?
Very well. Yeah, I've traveled a lot.
You have traveled quite.
I've been hearing a lot of musicians from different Gharanas. But there's some confusion.
What's that?
I find that some musicians from the same Gharana, they sound different. They sound like they've got their own style.
Well, that's quite understandable. So you have to first know about the whole concept of how Gharana system started. See, during last few centuries, all these great musicians, they were under the patronage of the royalties in different states, different parts of the country, all cut off from each other. But since the independence, when all the princely states were abolished, and all these musicians had to depend on the masses in the sense that they had to perform for the music conferences, festivals, sing for All India Radio, and things like that. In spite of the fact that they, the senior musicians, were not influenced, but the younger generation belonging to this Gharanas, because of the media and the communication and everything, they had opportunity to hear other Gharanas, other musicians, and it was very natural for them to be influenced gradually, to hear something nice which they liked, and that sort of things crept in and got a little mixed up.
In modern times, it becomes impossible for an artist to remain true to his or her own Gharana. Hence we see a few artists who imbibe a few attractive features of other styles to enrich and nourish their own art. And one of the classic examples of this is the great Parveen Sultana.
संग कयो मोरी बिनती उन बिन को बात मोर प्राण बाजार जारी
Indian music has continued unperturbed for 30 centuries or more, with an even pulse of a flowing river. Indian music to me is like a stimulant which invokes positive, beautiful responses in a human being, the beginning and the end, an integral part of one's life. Beautiful, harmonious, loving, and creative. I think that's it.
गुरु चरणन में ध्यान लगा गुरु चरणन में ध्यान लगा गुरु चरणन
अजी सुनिए तो, मेरे सूटकेस में से चांदी की डिबिया गायब हो गई, उसमें एक नोट भी था 100 रुपए का। ये नई नौकरानी है, जब से रखी है घर में अंधेर आ गया है। वो नौकरानी ले गई शायद कल। आप जाइए ना थाने पे, आप तो बस फिल्म खिंचवाते रहते हैं, सारा घर आपने स्टूडियो बना रखा है। जाइए ना जल्दी। यहाँ कलाकारों की इतनी कदरी नहीं। इतने बड़े कलाकार को अब तक देश ने कुछ भी नहीं दिया। क्या दिया? मेहनत का पैसा।
सुखी किस मानो? दुनिया में मैं तो बहुत सुखी हूँ भाई। कि जोश कहता है कि गुंजे तेरी जिंदगी पे दिल हिलता है, सिर्फ एक तबस्सुम के लिए खिलता है। तेरी जो मुस्कुराहट होती है वो एक ही होती है, उसके बाद मुरझा जाता है तो मर जाता है। गुंचे ने कहा, इस दुनिया में बाबा ये एक तबस्सुम भी किसे मिलता ये मैं एक दफा मुस्कुरा तो लेता हूँ, दुनिया वालों को ये मुस्कुराहट भी सही तौर पे नहीं मिलती। तो इसलिए मैं तो अपने आप को बहुत सुखी समझता हूँ सर। बुलबुल गुल फसल बहार साथियो मधुरी में यार बदने गुल दिन तरी करे ना दिन तरी करे ना परे दरे बनी बमा परे नि बनी बमा रे मरे दरे दिन तरी करे ना Dani mama re dani dani pa ma pa re dani 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 na
बबलू गायक बने अपने बाप के जैसा, ये कौन नहीं चाहता। मैं भी चाहती हूँ, वैसे तवक्को कम हो, हम तो इसको पढ़ाना ही चाहते हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि लड़का पढ़ लिख के डॉक्टर या इंजीनियर हो जाए। खान साहब तो पढ़ाना चाहते हैं, वो कहते हैं कि ये मेरे जैसा आर्टिस्ट नहीं बन सकेगा।
नहीं पढ़ूंगा, गाना भी सीखूंगा, पढ़ूंगा।
सुर हो गए एकदम, सुर में कहो जा। हाँ ये और भी तमाम लोग गा बजा रहे हैं, लेकिन उनमें कोई पोएटिक सेंस नहीं है। पोएट्री का सेंस जब तक नहीं होगा, जब तक गवैये में भाव नहीं आए, इमोशनलेस होगा वो।
क्या कपड़े नहीं पहनोगे, नंगे फिरोगे? टीपू मिन्ना के साथ खेलना बेटे, अच्छे अच्छे कपड़े पहनना। नहाई नहाई कर लो।
नहीं हम नहीं खेलते, जाओ।
नहाई नहाई नहीं करोगे?
नहीं।
अपने हाथ से करो।
नहीं करते, जाओ।
फिर बुलाऊं बाबा को? देखिए नहाई नहाई नहीं कर रहा है।
but he's very outspoken. You see. He's very outspoken. To one great musician of India, he had told कि भैया ये तालियां कब तक बजवाते रहोगे, जनरेशन तुम्हारे पीछे आ रही है.
उनका नेचर ऐसा है कि कभी कभी वो बहुत खुश नजर आते हैं, कभी कभी एकदम खुश नहीं मालूम होते. अगर पूछो भी कि क्या बात है, आपके सोचते क्या हैं, क्या हमसे नाखुश हैं, तो कह देते हैं अरे भाई इंसान है, कभी खुश रहता है, कभी वो तुम क्यों पूछते. पिछले दिनों 5 साल में बहुत दुखी रही, बहुत रोती रही, ये कुछ समझे ही नहीं कि मुझे क्या तकलीफ है. उसके बाद अचानक इनमें ऐसा चेंज आ गया कि मैं रोना धोना सब भूल गई, एकदम मेहरबान हो गए. इतना ख्याल रखते हैं हर बात का कि शायद माँ बाप भी नहीं रखेंगे. कभी इतने खुश रहते हैं, इतने मेहरबान रहते हैं मेरी ज़रा ज़रा सी बात का केयर, कि मैं सब गम भूल जाती हूँ.
सरबत हूँ जला बिना में, सरबत हूँ जैसे जाल बिना में, सरबत हूँ जैसे जला बिना में, कार सजान में तो रखा की, सरबत हूँ जैसे जाल बिना में. हम चाहत तुम चाहत नहीं, हम चाहत तुम चाहत नहीं, काहे हम संग ढंग की, सरबत हूँ जल बिन में, सरबत हूँ जला बिन. तेरा पता हूँ, सरबत हूँ जैसे जला बिन में, सरबत हूँ जला बिन में. सरबत हूँ जैसे जला बिन में, सरबत हूँ जैसे धनी रे ग म ध धनी धनी म धनी ध ग म ध म म रे ग म ध म रे ग, सरबत हूँ जैसे जाल बिना में, सरबत.
इनके मूड की बात है. कभी कभी दिनों मुझे रोज शाम को साथ घुमाने ले जाएंगे, और कभी महीनों के लिए मुझे बंद हो जाना पड़ता है. तो क्या हर वक्त मैं बीवी को गले में बांधे फिरूं? और कभी कहेंगे अरे भाई तुम्हारे बगैर क्या सोसाइटी कंप्लीट होगी, चलो ना. तो हमारी जिंदगी ऐसी ही है, कभी हंसते हैं, कभी रोते हैं, कभी खुश रहते हैं, कभी गमज़दा रहते हैं. एक साथ गाड़ी नहीं चलती.
रंज से खूगर हुआ इंसान तो मिट जाता है रंज, मुश्किलें मुझ पर पड़ी इतनी कि आसान हो गई.
जाने मल जाने अली नबी जी को नूर बरस रहो, जग बिच हसैन हुसैन नैन दो, अल्लाह जाने मौला जाने जाने अल्लाह जाने मोल जाने ये री मोल जाने अला जाने मोल जाने जगा मादानी दानी मादानी माधम मगरी ला जाने जगा मादा गा मादानी गा मगर दानी दानी जगा मादा मगरी ला जाने मोल जाने।
संगीत हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, ईसाई हो, बुद्धि हो, संगीत सबका एक ही है और संगीत का रास्ता हर मजहब के लिए एक है।
खान साहब, संगीत साधना क्या आपकी निजी जिंदगी में खलल अंदाज तो नहीं होती?
नहीं, वो तो मेरी जिंदगी का एक हिस्सा है। मैं अगर गाऊं नहीं सुबह या शाम तो मुझे मालूम होता है कि जिंदगी में कोई चीज रह गई।
At the age of 15, he composed Marvelous, and you should listen to that composition. It is wonderful, simply wonderful.
कारी बिजली चमक पवन चलत सना न न न न न न पिया बिन जिए निग सोही जाए के छाए बदरा रे का
6 बजे उठते हैं, 6 बजे उठते हैं, सुबह उठते हैं। सुबह मेरे बाबा जी।
और उठ के क्या करते?
गाते।
कैसे?
हाँ जनक जानक पायल बाजे, जनक जानक पायल बाजे।
उनकी आदतें बहुत अच्छी हैं। खाने में उनको कोई एतराज़ नहीं होता, कुछ ही उनको खिला दो, कुछ भी पका के दे दो, कितनी देर में दे दो, किसी चीज़ पर कोई एतराज़ नहीं, अपनी सोच विचार में रहते हैं। हाँ समझ गई कि कलकत्ते से आने के बाद
जो कुछ होगा
हमेशा पैसा नहीं है, खुदा न खास्ता क्यों नहीं है, पैसा तो बतेरा मेरे वास्ते नहीं रहता आपके पास पैसा।
नहीं तुम्हारे वास्ते भी रहता है, लेकिन
भी का क्या मतलब?
कोई वक्त
नहीं भी का क्या मतलब, और किसी के वास्ते भी रहता है।
जब तक
में देखिए कलाकारों की कितनी वैल्यू है, मगर अपने यहाँ तो कोई पूछता नहीं है। चंद प्रेमी हैं संगीत के जो बस नमस्ते करते हैं, हाथ जोड़ते हैं, इसके सिवा और कुछ भी नहीं। आदाब करने वाले बहुत हैं, लेकिन दिया कुछ भी नहीं।
शायद खान साहब नहीं चाहते होंगे।
खान साहब क्यों नहीं चाहते होंगे? कौन चाहता है कि मेरे लिए कुछ ना हो, लेकिन करे भी कोई। मैं इंडिया में तो कैसे कैसे कलाकार चले गए।
जोश कहता है कि गुंजे तेरी जिंदगी पे दिल हिलता है, सिर्फ एक तबस्सुम के लिए खिलता है। तेरी जो मुस्कुराहट होती है वो एक ही होती है, उसके बाद मुरझा जाता है तो मर जाता है। गुंजे ने कहा इस दुनिया में बाबा ये एक तबस्सुम भी किसे मिलता है, तो इसलिए मैं तो अपने आप को बहुत सुखी समझता हूँ साहब।
प्रणवार्थाय शुद्धज्ञानैकमूर्ते निर्मलाय प्रशान्ताय दक्षिणामूर्ते नमः।
The priceless gift of music, moving and soothing in its emotive content, woven around the fabric of devotion. The ancient and glorious tradition of Carnatic music, while defying definitive description by even the most erudite scholar, is closer to a mellow expression of aesthetic emotion, or bhava, than to a rigid, inviolable musical structure. Inseparable from the bhakti bhava, or fervent devotion to the Supreme Creator, Carnatic music has been enriched over the centuries by gifted saint composers and religiously preserved and nurtured by generations of singers, with a selfless devotion that has transcended material concerns and transient emotions.
भुजगेन्द्रशायि नंसांकशायि कमलांकशायि क्षीराभिशायि वटपत्रशायि सच्चित्तशायि भुजगेन्द्रशायि नंसांकशायि कमलांकशायि क्षीराभिशायि वटपत्रशायि श्रीरंगशायि रमतमन।
For whom music is a very essence of life, the very reason for being. Among the ardent exponents of Carnatic music shines a luminous personage, M.S. Subbulakshmi. Shimmering like a pole star for over 7 decades in the musical firmament, surrendering her heart and soul to the melody, rhythm, and pure devotion that distinguish Carnatic music, contributing immensely to its charismatic character and pristine purity. MS, as she is known with equal reverence and affection to millions of music lovers all over the world, the universally acclaimed Queen of Melody, a towering legend in her own lifetime. It was in Madurai, sanctified by the centuries-old Meenakshi temple and the fountainhead of Tamil literature, that MS was born in the year 1916. Perhaps it was the will of Goddess Meenakshi that MS was born into a family where music was a way of life. Her mother, Shanmugavadivu, was a celebrated Veena exponent. Her mastery over the majestic instrument was widely admired by the great Veena Vidwans of her times, including the great Veena Seshanna of Mysore. To the young, curly-haired MS, it was an exuberant childhood, growing up to the sweet strains of music played by her mother on the Veena.
நான் குழந்தையில பிராக்டிஸ் பண்ணது எப்படின்னா 5 வயசு அம்மா வீணை அப்பா வக்கி பாட்டு தான் முக்கியம்னு எனக்கு சொல்லியிருக்கேன். அதனால ரொம்ப பயந்துண்டு எனக்கு முதல்ல ஆரம்பிச்சது ஸ்ரீரங்கம் பிரதர்ஷனை, மதுரை பிரதர்ஷனை இங்கே இருந்தா ரொம்ப ஆரம்ப சரடி வரிசையிலிருந்து ஆரம்பிச்சு எல்லாம் சொல்லிட்டு ரொம்ப ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணுவோம். இப்போ இருக்கிறவளுக்கு எல்லாரும் நல்லா பாடுறா, இப்போ குறைச்சலே இல்லை, நல்லா ப்ராக்டிஸ் எல்லாம் பாடுறா. அதை சரியா பண்ணிட்டு எல்லாரும் நிறைய பாடி நல்லா இருக்கணும்னு இப்போ நான் பிரார்த்திச்சுக்கிறேன்.
Her formal initiation into vocal music began when Srirangam Srinivasa Iyengar, a veteran music teacher, offered to tutor MS. With the enormous grasping power and the innate love of music that mark truly great artists, MS methodically mastered every aspect of Carnatic music, perfecting the lakshya or the practice of music, springing forth from her deep feeling for lakshana, the precept of Carnatic music. The budding genius of MS was lovingly confirmed by Veena Dhanammal, Shanmugavadivu's illustrious contemporary, when she complimented the child artist, then fondly called Kunjamma. That her young face radiated shantam, undisturbed tranquility, and her intonation, or suswara, was amazingly mature for her age. Ever since MS got her first record when she was just 10 with the song Marakada Vadivu, she has been honing her musical skills under the tutorship of several renowned singers. This purity of voice, enhanced by her heartfelt devotion, wafted MS gently, yet irrevocably, to the upper echelons of Carnatic singers. So much so that the Music Academy in Chennai, the institution dedicated to the preservation of the integrity and the great tradition of South Indian music and arts, invited MS to perform when she was barely 17. At the same venue, decades later, an emotion-charged MS recalled her musical moorings. My mother wasn't merely a mother, she was also my guru. I prostrate before her and pray for her soul force to come to my aid. Her simple articulation of her devotion to her mother, Matru Bhakti, was the beginning of her long journey on the path of devotion. Bhakti Marga, the ever-present devotion of MS to her music, to her family, to her fellow beings. A life-sustaining spirit that marks every moment of her life.
Mama,
Devoted to a life of music, MS had little time or thought for family life. She would have led the life of a spinster, contented with exploring her own private world of music. But the gods she so fervently prayed to, not for worldly fortunes, but for spiritual fulfillment, ordained otherwise. When she was in her early 20s, she met Sri T. Sadasivam, 14 years her senior. And a relationship, lovingly protective on a practical plane and supremely platonic at a higher plane, began.
When I was very young, about 14 or 15, I was deeply impressed by the writings of Sri Aurobindo in Karmajodi and Bande Mataram. I was also equally impressed by his speeches.
Sadashivam was a firebrand patriot, molded by the milieu of those times, when the freedom struggle had gained its irreversible direction towards the realization of Swaraj.
I was deeply impressed by Bharati songs, and I myself moved about all over Tamil Nadu singing Bharati songs, which drew enormous crowds. Soon, I threw myself into the freedom struggle. I picketed the toddy shops in Vajura, and I was sentenced to 15 months rigorous imprisonment and 10 sent to Tiruchirappalli Central Jail. I later joined the Anand victim and served there for about 3 years. Sri Krishnamurti was also then in the Anand victim. It was during this period that I met Srimati Subbulakshmi. We met on the 30th June 1956, and with the blessings of the late Kasturi Srinivasan of the Hindu and the good wishes of the late Kavisheri Subramanya Shastri, the famous astrologer, we got married on the 10th July 1940.
It wasn't a mere wedlock in its constricting sense. MS blossomed, adoringly protected by Sadashivam from mundane concerns to pursue her career in music. Years later, MS herself, when she received the Sangeeta Kalanidhi Award at the Music Academy, articulated her Pati Bhakti, her unreserved devotion to her husband. She said, "I have been indebted to many in my life, but the debt I owe my husband, I cannot describe with words. I offer all honors that have come to me so far at his feet. He has been my friend, philosopher, and guide."
Pranama
Personally, MS considers the blessing of His Holiness, the Shankaracharya Sri Chandrasekharendra Saraswati, the Mahaswami of Kanchi, to be the most memorable tribute she has ever received. After listening to her Mela Raga Malika Chakrams of Mahavaidyanatha Shivan, the sage blessed MS with all his heart and soul, saying, "What you have rendered shall remain evergreen as long as the sun and the moon exist." MS was just 22, graceful in her vivacious youth, when she launched on her short yet highly successful career as an actress-singer. Indian cinema was just then undergoing a not-so-silent revolution. The talkies not only talked, but sang, enthralling audiences all over the country. And MS, with her bewitchingly photogenic presence and her stature as a singer of great repute, was a natural choice. In 1938, she made her debut in Sevasadan, perhaps the first Tamil film that dared to touch upon the sensitive subject of women's rights. In Shakuntalam, the immortal classic of Kalidas, produced by Sadashivam himself, her emotion-laden songs drew record crowds throughout its golden jubilee run. The very next year, she played the lovable role of the divine conspirator Narada in Savitri. The semi-classical number, Bruhi Mukundehi, delighted millions on and off the screen.
கல்யாணமஸ்து. நாராயண்.
பிரபு, தங்களது வரவு எமது பாக்கியம். இன்று குழந்தை சாவித்திரியின் பிறந்த தினம். அவள் தங்களது ஆசையை பெற ரொம்ப புண்ணியம் செய்திருக்க வேண்டும்.
சர்வமங்களானி பவந்து. குழந்தாய், சீக்கிரத்தில் உனக்கு விவாகமாகி தீர்க்க சுமங்கலியாக நீ விளங்குவாய்.
முனிசிரேஷ்டரே, தங்கள் ஆசீர்வாதம் நிறைவேற வேண்டும்.
வெகு சீக்கிரத்தில் நிறைவேறப் போகிறது. எல்லாம் தங்கள் அனுகிரகம். இதிலெல்லாம் நம் அனுகிரகத்தில் மட்டும் என்ன இருக்கிறது? தேவர்களுடைய அனுகிரகமும் வேண்டும். அத்தகைய அனுகிரகத்தை பெறும் பாக்கியம் உன் புத்திரியினிடம் இருக்கிறது. உன் குலத்திற்கே தீபம் போன்று அவள் விளங்குவாள். அம்மா சாவித்ரி, சகல சௌபாகியமும் உனக்கு உண்டாகும். நான் வருகிறேன் அஸ்வபதி. நாராயண.
Incidentally, the entire fees for her acting in Savitri went into the launch of Kalki, a Tamil magazine edited by a family friend, R. Krishnamurthy, who had a wide reputation for writing historical and social novels under the pen name of Kalki. Meera, undoubtedly the magnum opus of MS, transformed her into a living saint. MS made her last bow to films with Meera when she was right at the pinnacle of glory. Meera, with its heart-rending songs and totally involved performance by MS, made her a national celebrity.
காற்றினிலே
Sarojini Naidu, the poetess, who was known as the Nightingale of India, said,
I commend Subbulakshmi of the South to the people of the North. She is presenting the Hindi version of her Tamil film, Meera. Meera rightly belongs to the North, though she belongs indeed to the whole world. I am speaking not in Hindi, but in English of such purpose, because I want my words of commendation to reach the whole world and not merely northern India. Every child in India has heard about Subbulakshmi, for the beauty of her voice, the magic of her personality, the gracious charity of her heart. But in the North, she is still to be known, to be loved, to be honored, to be cherished as one of the greatest artists in India. I'm sure that whoever hears this wonderful voice, whoever watches the gestures of this wonderful artist, whoever comes under the enchantment of her grace will agree with me that she is not an interpreter of Meera, but Meera herself. I need no more words to convince her. She will take her to your heart. You will cherish her. You will be proud that India in this generation has produced so supreme an artist.
Though the film career of MS was just 4 films and 9 years long, she won the admiration of seasoned filmmakers and music directors. Sri Ellis R. Duncan, the director of the film Meera, said,
MS Subbulakshmi is one of the finest, if not the finest artist I have ever worked with. She is a very childlike person and a very hard worker. Not only is she a great musician and singer, but as an actress, she became tops. Of course, it took a little time for her to learn the art of acting, but then I loved to talk with her quietly and explain my situation, and also she could understand a little English. And I would teach her some English, some American words, English words too, sometimes when we had time. But she could understand everything I was asking, and she said, all right, I will try. That's all I said is you try. So we'd take rehearsals, and she would go on and do it, and if it's any little mistake, she'd say, I'm not happy, I want to do it again. I said, that's fine, I want you to do it again, you can do more.
A music director of the old school of mellow Indian film music, Sri S.V. Venkatraman, who wielded the baton for Meera, in a moving tribute to the genius of MS, spoke with a touch of nostalgia.
கிடையாது. மீராவின் எந்த ஒரு பாடலை எடுத்துக்கொண்டாலும் நன்றாக மனமுருக பாடி பாடி அதை ரெக்கார்டிங் வரைக்கும் பாடிக்கொண்டே இருப்பார். சின்ன ஒரு உதாரணம், கடைசி மீரா முட்டியடியரசு ஒரு பாட்டு, அந்த பாடலில் ஒரு வரி மனதை விட்டு அகலவே அகலாது. அதாவது, கருணையே புரிவாயோ கதியிலேன் கிரிதாரி, கருணையே புரிவாயோ கதியிலேன் गिरिधारी।
मंदिर द्वारे मीरा पुकारे, मत हमको पिजरावो, करुणा करो आवो, करुणा करो आवो, मत हमको पिजरावो, करुणा करो आवो, पद मेरे गिरिधारी, करुणा करो आवो, मत हमको पिजरावो, करुणा करो आवो, मत हमको पिजरावो, करुणा करो आवो, मत हमको पिजरावो, करुणा करो आवो, मत हमको पिजरावो। वारनापुरी राजा छोड़ो मत मीरा को, चरितन हित मैं सरसूं पद अब खुलवाओ, मीरा की अंतिम विनती सुनो मत बिसराओ।
To MS, of course, her films meant only a visual extension of her innate bhakti bhava. Sensing a higher purpose than mere entertainment, MS, with the active motivation so readily provided by Sadashivam, had been making her music an instrument of social change through her countless fundraising performances. The concert campaign of MS to raise funds for worthy causes began as early as 1944. In a matter of 2 months, she performed 5 concerts for the Kasturba Memorial Fund. Mahatma Gandhi, who was spearheading the freedom movement, touched by the munificence of MS, wrote her a personal letter. Rajaji has told me everything about your work in connection with Kasturba Memorial Fund by using your musical gifts. May God bless you. And Bapuji signed his letter in Tamil as a mark of closeness to MS he had obviously felt. This Janabhakti, or devotion to her fellow beings in MS, has left a long trail of edifices in its wake and brought solace to millions of people through concerts in aid of the Ramakrishna Mission, National Defense Fund, Mahatma Gandhi Memorial, Shankara Netralaya, funds for the purchase of the house where Saint Tyagaraja lived in Thiruvayaru, flood and famine relief funds, the Red Cross Fund, memorial for the patriot poet Subramanya Bharati, the Spastic Society, even the Temple Society of North America, while on her concert circuit in the US. Another dominating facet of the charitable heart of MS is the Srirangam Gopuram. Her concert in Bombay brought in funds that enabled to a large extent the renovation of the centuries-old Gopuram, or the temple tower of Srirangam. The deer, or the pontiff of the Ahobilamat, the motive behind the Srirangam Gopuram project, blessed with glowing tributes.
யாருக்குமே தெரியாது. இந்த சுப்புலட்சுமி அம்மாவுடைய பேர் எந்த பார்த்தாலும் ஜகத்திலே பிரசித்தமா இருக்கிறது. பாட்டிலே சிறந்தவள் என்பதாக. காரணம் என்ன? அவள் பாடுகிறதான பாட்டுகள் அவ்வளவும் பகவானை பற்றினதாகவே இருக்கிறது. அது இன்னும் ஒரு சுவாரஸ்யமான விஷயம். சில பேர் பாடுவார்கள், அவர்களை பார்க்க முடியாது அப்ப முகத்தை. இவர்கள் பாடுகிற சமயத்தில் பொன்சிறப்போடு கூட இவளுடைய பாட்டானது இருக்கும். கேட்க கேட்க இன்னும் கேட்க மாட்டோமா என்ன ஒரு ஆவலை உண்டு பண்ணக்கூடியதா இருக்கும் இவளுடைய பாட்டு. இது பகவத் விஷயமாகவே இருக்கும். அப்பேற்பட்ட சுப்புலட்சுமி அம்மாள் இன்னும் அநேக காலம் தீர்காயுஷ்மதியாக இருந்து பகவானை பற்றி பாட வேணும் என்பதாக நான் பிரார்த்திக்கிறேன்.
The golden voice of MS has so far mobilized well over 2 crore rupees, demonstrating her boundlessly generous heart.
Philanthropists donate to good causes what is left after their needs are met. The MS Sadasivam couple attend to their needs with what is left after their generous donations to all good causes, because philanthropy is their mission in life. Humility is their nature, nobility is their creed, and MS music is their gift to the nation for all time to come.
The Bhakti Bhava of MS, immeasurable in its breadth and depth, found a rhythmic variation in her Desha Bhakti, the devotion to her motherland.
धरणी राम
சொன்னதால்ய புஷ்பபுர அமாதரே வசந்தர.
A 95-year-old freedom fighter recalls the same song which he learnt by heart by listening to MS when he was young. Sadashivam and MS were deeply involved in the Swadeshi movement and were close to leaders of national importance. The Mahatma, highly religious himself, was especially fond of a Meera bhajan on Lord Krishna. Sadashivam narrated an episode tinged with sadness. Gandhiji had asked MS to record Hari Tuma Haro and send it to him in Delhi. MS recorded the song and the tape was sent to the Mahatma. He listened to the song on his birthday. Little did we imagine that the song was going to be played by all the stations of All India Radio in less than 4 months when Gandhiji was assassinated. Subbulakshmi, on hearing the news over the radio, fainted. While presiding over the fundraising concert of MS for the Madrasi school in 1949, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru touched an emotional chord when he said, "Who am I, a mere Prime Minister, before this queen of songs?" The very fact that he repeated the same sentiment later proves that his expression of humility wasn't just an impulsive remark. Dr. Radhakrishnan, a philosopher of profound intellect who succeeded Rajan Babu as President of India, said, after attending a concert of MS, "It's a great joy to listen to her. Her music is a gift of the gods which she has placed at the service of the nation." Patriots, statesmen, and builders of northern India, they all formed a charmed circle around MS, drinking deeply of her virtuosity. The Maharaja of Mysore, Jayachamarajendra Wadeyar, himself a composer and lyricist, marveled. Her music is unique in that it has a universal appeal. It appeals to the connoisseur, the vidwan, who revels in intricate technique, and it appeals equally to the masses by its melody. Sri R. Venkatraman, the former President of India and a family friend of MS, declared,
"Words cannot adequately express the magical splendor of Subbulakshmi's music. It's not only pleasing to the ear, but it has the capacity to transport the audience from mundane existence to ethereal bliss. Endowed with a sweet voice without any parallel in the world, trained by maestros in both Carnatic and Hindustani music, and practicing it almost every day, what we call the sadhana, she has reached the pinnacle of the musical world."
Semmangudi Srinivasayar, another doyen of Carnatic music who taught her, lauds her perfection.
வழிபாடு செய்வதற்கு சங்கீதம் ஒரு முக்கியமான சாதனமாகும். அதற்கு நல்ல சாரீரம் வேணும், நல்ல மனசும் வேணும். ఇదైతాన్ త్యాగరాజ స్వామిలో శుద్ధమైన మనసుతో సుస్వరముతో పద్దు తప్పక భజించే சொன்னார். இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு நல்ல சாரீரத்தை சங்கீத கலாநிதி MS சுப்பலட்சுமி அவர்கள் அடைந்திருக்கிறார்கள். அது பூர்வ ஜன்மாந்தரத்தில் ராஜமா கங்கேஸ்வரி மீனாட்சிக்கு குடங்குடமாக பாலும் தேனும் அபிஷேகம் செய்து அதன் மூலமாக கிடைத்தது என்றுதான் சொல்ல வேண்டும். அவ்வளவு சுத்தமான சாரீரம், சுத்தமான சங்கீதம்.
MS is indeed held in high esteem by maestros of music all over the country.
Srimati MS Subbulakshmi is like a lodestar in the lives of many artists. I personally have been so inspired, not only by the great quality of her music, but that intense humility in someone so great, who has achieved so much greatness, and who brings spiritual bliss to one and all who hear her music. To me, it is a great privilege to have been born and lived in the same era as that living legend, Srimati MS Subbulakshmi.
Other musicians, obviously spotting her talent to absorb and improvise, added to her considerable repertoire.
நான் வந்து செம்மங்குடி இவர் வாழ்க்கை நான் பாடம் பண்ணியிருக்கேன், முசித வாழ்க்கை நான் பாடம் பண்ணியிருக்கேன், அறிவுக்குடியிட்ட தட்சாமூர்த்தி பிள்ளை ரொம்ப என்கிட்ட கிருஷ்ணா நீ வருவே அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அது மாதிரி அம்மா வேலையில தான் முதல்ல எனக்கு ஆரம்பம்.
And to polish her Hindustani music to perfection, MS learnt from such stalwarts as Dilip Kumar Roy from Pune.
सुख से हो अंत खेल जो मेरा क्लांत जगत के दुख सुख से हो अंत खेल जो मेरा ज्ञान निधिया बरसाना हो कान में कल कल दे रामा प्राण में शांति बरसे हमारे दयंगे बरसे शांति प्राण में शांति बरसे बरसे शांति प्राण में शांति बरसे हमारे दयंगे माँ भागीरथी जाह्नवी स्वरुणि कलकल्लोलिनी गंगे.
எந்த பாட்டு எல்லா பாஷைக்காராலையும் கூப்பிட்டு உட்கார வச்சு எனக்கு தெலுங்கு, ஹிந்தி, சம்ஸ்கிருதம் எல்லாம் வரும், மலையாளம், ஆனாலும் விட மாட்டேன். உட்காந்து எல்லாத்துக்கார நீ உட்காந்து நீ மற்ற வாக்கியத்தை வந்து பாட்டு என்ன சுத்தமா இருக்கு அந்த பாஷையில என்னமா பாடுறேன் தெரிஞ்சுதான் நீ பாடு.
अरे पांडुरंगा क्षमा बेट देसी अरे पांडुरंगा क्षमा बेट देसी अरे पांडुरंगा क्षमा बेट देसी अरे पांडुरंगा क्षमा बेट देसी.
To expand her range to include as many compositions as possible, MS learnt several languages in addition to her mother tongue, Tamil, to grasp the soul of her music.
चरणी देसी ओवळ विकाया चरणावरुणी ओवळ विकाया चरणावरुणी ओवळ विकाया चरणावरुणी तेव्हा चक्रपाणी भेटशील तेव्हा चक्रपाणी भेटशील तेव्हा चक्रपाणी भेटशील तेव्हा चक्रपाणी भेटशील सुख म्हणे माझी सुख म्हणे माझी पुरवावी आवडी 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 वेगे घाली उडी नारायण वेगे घाली उडी नारायण वेगे घाली उडी नारायण वेगे घाली उडी नारायण 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 नारायण
This unceasing application to her art earned MS the accolades of many eminent singers. Once, calling on the great Allah Diya Khan, known as the Mount Everest of Hindustani music, MS sang for him. Allah Diya Khan was fascinated with her Pantuvarali Raga, which was a Carnatic parallel to Purya Dhanashri. Pandit Jasraj, a leading exponent of North Indian classical music, regards MS as the cementing force between the North Indian classical and the South Indian Carnatic traditions of music.
आज मेरे लिए बहुत ही सौभाग्य का दिन है कि मुझे एक ऐसे कलाकार के बारे में कुछ कहना है। मैं अपने आप को सौभाग्यशाली मानता हूं और वो है ग्रेटेस्ट लिविंग लेजेंड श्रीमती MS सुब्बलक्ष्मी। उनके बारे में जितना कहा जाए थोड़ा है। 20th सेंचुरी में ऐसा आर्टिस्ट सो सर्वगुण संपन्न जिसको कहते हैं नहीं समझ में आता है, नहीं दिखने में नहीं आता। कोई गाने में बहुत अच्छा है तो आवाज उतनी अच्छी नहीं, कोई आवाज में अच्छा है तो सुंदरता उतनी अच्छी नहीं। मगर हर आर्टिस्ट में कुछ न कुछ खामियां थी और है। जहां तक MS सुब्बलक्ष्मी का सवाल है, उनमें किसी प्रकार का कोई भी अणु मात्र कमी नहीं निकलती है। सर्वगुण संपन्न, गला तो ऐसा कि क्या बताएं, रागदारी ऐसी कि क्या बताएं। हर चीज में एकदम टॉप तो बहुत मामूली चीज है, इससे भी अगर कोई ऊपर चीज होगी तो वो उनको शायद वो भी उनके तक न पहुंचती हो। उनके कुछ कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस के बारे में कहना चाहूँगा कि फर्स्ट तो ये है कि हमारे भारत में दो शास्त्रीय संगीत की धाराएं हैं जो अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी है। हमारा म्यूजिक वर्ल्ड म्यूजिक है, इस म्यूजिक के सामने और कोई म्यूजिक नहीं ठहरता। फिर भी कर्नाटिक म्यूजिक और नॉर्थ इंडियन म्यूजिक इसमें थोड़ा सा फर्क है, काफी फर्क है। जबरदस्त कंट्रीब्यूशन मैं ये कहूंगा कि उन्होंने उन दिनों में उस दो धाराओं को बहुत करीब लाया और ये उनका जबरदस्त कंट्रीब्यूशन है भारतीय संगीत में। अब मैं कर्नाटिक या नॉर्थ इंडियन म्यूजिक के बारे में नहीं कह रहा हूं, भारतीय संगीत के बारे में कह रहा हूं कि जो उनका कंट्रीब्यूशन है कि उन्होंने इन दो धाराओं को बहुत करीब ला दिया।
The Sarod virtuoso Amjad Ali Khan, who had captivated audiences around the world with his total mastery over the instrument, felt that her voice was appealing with its spiritual quality. He added, "These attributes are what all musicians pray for, and she has them." For MS, the first step towards universal recognition and appreciation was her concert at the Edinburgh Music Festival. Lord Harewood, the director of the festival, and the Countess of Harewood had listened to MS in 1958. 5 years later, they invited MS to perform at the Edinburgh International Festival of Arts. To the Western ears, MS sounded quaintly different, yet the genius of her music was intuitively recognized. 3 years later, MS went transatlantic and performed on American soil for the first time at the United Nations.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to present the artist of the evening, Srimati M.S. Subbulakshmi.
மெயின் கான்செப்ட் அது சொல்றதுன்னா பெரியவாதான் போயிட்டு வான்னு சொன்னான், போற இடமெல்லாம் ஜெயம்னு சொன்னான். அது ரொம்ப முக்கியம். நான் பேப்பர்ல கூட வந்திருக்காது. அது பூரா கோஸ்ட் போயிட்டு வந்து லாஸ்ட் யுனைடெட் நேஷன் வாஷிங்டன்ல டிகே நேரு இதுலதான் நாங்கள் இறங்கியிருந்தோம். அது முதல் நாள் பாடினேன் கார்ல. மறுநாள் சாயங்காலம் நியூயார்க்கில் ரிஹர்சல், மறுநாளைக்கு ஃபங்க்ஷன். நான் வந்து தொண்டை கட்டி போச்சு, கம்ப்ளீட்டா போயிடுது. பெரியவா படத்தை விஷயமே நீங்க ஜெயத்தோடு வருவேன்னு சொன்னேளே, இந்த மாதிரி தொண்டை கட்டிட்டு நான் இவர்கிட்டையும் சொல்லலை, ராதாட்டையும் சொல்லலை, பேசாம அப்படியே மனசு கஷ்டப்பட்டுன்னு வந்தேன். ரொம்ப கட்டி இருந்தது. காலம்பரை எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் அங்கே ஊர்ல புஷ்பம் கிடைச்சது, பெரியவா படத்தை வச்சு அர்ச்சனை பண்ணிகிட்டே இருந்தேன். ராதா வந்து டைம் எடுத்தோம்னா நீ சீக்கிரம் டைம் ஆகுது, ஹாலுக்கு போகணுமே, 3 o'clock தான் இங்கே இருக்கு. சரி ஏதோ ரெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டு போனேன். அப்போ ஒரே எல்லாம் உள்ளதார கூட்டம் தான். நம்மளை வாங்குறது சிடி நரசிம்மன், ஜி பார்த்தசாரதி, இவா தான் எங்க அக்காம்பனிமெண்ட்ஸ். போய் உட்கார காலெல்லாம் நடுங்கிறது. ஓம்னு சொன்னேன், அந்த குரல் வந்துருக்கு.
Sure.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to some extraordinarily good music today, though it may have sounded exotic to some of you. The fact that this concert is so well attended shows at the same time how receptive we are at the United Nations to new experiences. The whose generosity has made it possible for us to have this musical feast this afternoon. I hope that Srimati Subbulakshmi and her group will have a successful visit and a pleasant stay in this country. Thank you very much.
Somewhat diffident MS was thrilled the next day, as the New York Times critic wrote, "Her vocal communication transcends words. MS and her ensemble are a revelation to the Western ears." MS had the distinction of performing at 2 Festival of India events, one in the UK and in Moscow. Soon after her Moscow concert, MS was asked to do an encore at the Rachmaninoff Hall, Moscow, for a discerning audience of musicians and musicologists. For MS, the message of music is indeed universally understood because it was always an expression of devotion or bhakti to art, to people, to the world. For an intensely spiritual personage like MS, the worldly acknowledgements of her sustained genius hardly matter. It's quite likely she's contented with blessings showered on her by the Paramacharya of Kanchi Kamakoti Peetham, the religious pontiff of millions, and others by whose teachings she molds her life.
चंद्रशेखर गुरु शंकरायं शिवम् அண்டியவர்க்கு அன்னையாய் கண்டவர்க்கு கண்ணனை போல் ஆசானாய் அண்டியவர்க்கு அன்னையாய் கண்டவர்க்கு கண்ணனை போலாய் அண்டம் புகழாண்டவனாய் விண்ணவரும் வியக்கும் வித்தகனாய் ஆண்டொரு நூறுக்கும் இவ்வகிலம் புகுந்த அண்ணலே பதனே ஆண்டரு யமதினமே ஆண்டொருக்கும் இவ்வகிலம் புகுந்த அண்ணலே நிற்பதமே ஆண்டருள் யமதினமே.
To devout Hindus, Kashi, that is Varanasi in North India, and Rameshwaram in the south, have been the twin embodiments of the ultimate in Indian spiritualism and religious learning. A holy pilgrimage, at least once in their lifetime, to Kashi and Rameshwaram is believed to pave the divine path to moksha or salvation. The privilege of rendering the Kashi and Rameshwaram Suprabhatam was naturally enough conferred on MS, a tribute to her devotion to the Almighty, expressed so feelingly in her mellifluous voice, the vocal symbol of national integration. When her Suprabhatam record was released in the august presence of the Maharaja of Kashi, himself a great scholar, and the highly learned Sanskrit scholars of Varanasi, they wholeheartedly commended her flawless diction. In his address, the Kashi Maharaja was moved to say, "It is easy to get a doctorate from any university, but it is very difficult to get the approving nod of the Pandits of Kashi." Her Venkateshwara Suprabhatam cassettes are to be heard almost everywhere in the country, rousing the devout every morning.
कौसल्या सुप्रजा राम पूर्वा संध्या प्रवर्तते उत्तिष्ठ नरशार्दूल कर्तव्यं दैवमान्धिकम् कौसल्या सुप्रजा राम पूर्वा संध्या प्रवर्तते उत्तिष्ठ नरशार्दूल कर्तव्यं दैवमान्धिकम् उत्तिष्ठ उत्तिष्ठ गोविन्द उत्तिष्ठ गरुडध्वज उत्तिष्ठ कमलाकान्ता त्रैलोक्यं मङ्गलं कुरु उत्तिष्ठ उत्तिष्ठ गोविन्द उत्तिष्ठ गरुडध्वज उत्तिष्ठ कमलाकान्ता त्रैलोक्यं मङ्गलं कुरु मातः समस्त जगतां मधुकैटभारे वक्षो विहारिणि मनोहर दिव्यमूर्ते श्रीस्वामिनि श्रुत जनप्रियदानशीले श्रीवेङ्कटेश दयिते तव सुप्रभातम् मातः समस्त जगतां मधुकैटभारे वक्षो विहारिणि मनोहर दिव्यमूर्ते श्रीस्वामिनि श्रुत जनप्रियदानशीले श्रीवेङ्कटेश दयिते तव सुप्रभातम्.
Way back in late 50s, early 60s, we recorded in the long playing records Venkatesh Suprabhatam by Srimati Subbulakshmi. And it has been one of the most popular records we have sold ever. Then, much later, in the year 79 or 80, we recorded the cassettes. And cassettes we have been selling year after year, 3 lakhs, 3.5 lakhs or so each year. No other cassette, no other cassette, we have been selling that steadily.
మాత్రము నిన్ను అనుకుంటే అంత మాత్రమే నీవు శివుడు అనుకుంటే శివుడు మాధవుడు అనుకుంటే మాధవుడు అని అన్నమయ్య గారు చెప్తున్నారు.
The Annamacharya Kritis she sang for the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanams, the trust administering the Balaji or Venkatachalapati temple, were a sweet labor of pure devotion. While MS may find that her music is its own reward, the world doesn't quite agree. She has been the recipient, modest and unassuming as ever, of a deluge of awards and honors. MS was honored with the Padma Bhushan title in 1954, the very first year the award was instituted. The President's Award, a coveted recognition at the national level, was hers in 1956. Padma Vibhushan in 1974. She was chosen for the Sangeeta Kalanidhi recognition by the Music Academy, the first ever woman singer to be so honored.
I am not talking to you as the president of the Madras Music Academy. There might have been artists in the past who have achieved mastery in the field of Carnatic music. There might be artists who might reach to greater heights in the future. But artists like Srimati MS are rare, very rare, and gifts of God.
2 years later, it was the turn of the Tamil Isai Sangam to confer the Isai Perarignir, that is, the Genius of Music title, on her. the Kalidas Samman. In Kanyakumari, the land's end of India, towers the Vivekananda Rock Memorial, gently lapped by the waves of the three oceans. This magnificent edifice, in memory of Swami Vivekananda, who took the message of Hinduism to the West, was made possible through contributions by several people and organizations. At the request of Sri Eknath Ranade and Swami Ranganathanandaji, MS performed several concerts and raised a considerable amount for the construction of the memorial. An appreciative committee honored her, one of the countless honors she accepted with humility that marks her character. No less than 7 universities honored themselves by bestowing their honorary doctorate degrees on MS. To crown them all, MS was chosen in early 1998 to receive the highest civilian award, the Bharat Ratna, or the Jewel of India, the first singer to be conferred this honor. Like her music, her contributions to the world of music and the society at large found many an echo abroad. In 1974, the Raman Magsaysay Award, considered the Nobel Prize of Asia, was awarded to MS. Curiously, not for her music, but for her selfless public service. And again, not surprisingly, MS donated the prize amount to charity. That is MS, in whom the Bhakti Bhava is part of her mental fabric. Today, in her 80s, MS shows little sign of mental fatigue or physical debility. Her day starts very early. Her devotion to God is manifest in her elaborate and unfailing daily puja. She practices music for hours, perfecting notes which already may sound perfect to the lay ears.
Nidhana
இல்லை குழந்தைகளுக்கும் இப்போ பாடுறவாளுக்கும் நான் சொல்றது என்னன்னா நிறைய ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணி பக்தி முக்கியம். எனக்கு இந்த மீராவில எல்லாம் இது பண்றதுன்னா நான் சில டைலாக்லாம் சொல்லவே முடியாம மீராவையே அப்படியே கிருஷ்ணனையே பார்க்குற மாதிரி ஆயிடும். அந்த மாதிரி குழந்தைகள்லாம் இப்போ வரவாள்லாம் நல்லா பக்தியோட நிறைய ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணி அது இருந்தால் எல்லாரும் க்ஷேமாக எல்லாரும் நல்லா பாடுறா, ஒரு குறைச்சல் இல்லை, எல்லாரும் நல்லா இருக்கணும்னு இவாளுக்கும் நான் சேர்த்து பண்ணிக்கிறேன்.
There are always visitors, visitors, and more visitors. Young musicians seeking her blessings. Old friends dropping in to talk about old times. Insulated, yet involved, exemplifying the nature of a lotus leaf, MS spends her time in close communion with the Almighty, professionally fulfilled, supremely satisfied, yet without a trace of haughty superiority.
என்னுடைய கணவர் எப்போதும் நீ பக்தியாகவும் நீ உணர்ந்து பாடினா உன் பக்கம் ஜனங்கள் வருவா, அதுதான் முக்கியம், பாடுறோம்னு இருக்கக்கூடாதுன்னு அதை கடைபிடிச்சேன். அவர் என்ன சொல்றாரோ அதுதான் இதுவரையிலே கேட்டுட்டு வரேன், ஒரு குறவும் இல்லை.
The lyrics say, I don't have any wish, I don't have any need, I'm happy and fulfilled.
अखिल विजय